Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all my African brothers and sisters. In the world. I start this conversation just on an understanding that I have a little bit of echo. Echo that's going on, so I'm just trying to eliminate some of that. So just give me a minute. I really appreciate that, and I'll leave you with a.
So Africa, a place where poverty and pandemic diseases are originated, the least wealthy continent per capita, the land where the only things to be found are animals, corrupted leaders, poor kids, dirty water and civil wars, people who are in need for help, donations and support, aka the NGO's motherland. For others, honestly, Africa is just a very hot, dark and sad place everyone wishes to escape one day. Well, whether you're an African or not, this thinking isn't new to you, because you have read, heard or felt the same way before. Just type the word Africa on Google right now. Turn on your TV and see what the NGOs portray. Watch movies from Hollywood. Ask your mama, friends, or ask yourself, what is Africa? Yet if you're still struggling to believe, let me ask you this. What comes to your mind when you hear the word Africa? Tell me the first thought that comes to your mind right now. Honestly, tell me right now. But what really is Africa? What is Africa? Listen, there are many theories about the name, but one that is close to the truth is Al-Kebulan. This name translates to Mother of Mankind, or according to other sources, the Garden of Eden, the place where love, peace, and unity dwells. Al-Kebulan is an extremely old word. Many nations in Africa use this word, including Ethiopians, Nubians, Moors, and Numidians. For me, this isn't just the theory, but the truth. My truth I choose to believe in. As cliche as it sounds, that's the future I'm hoping for. The tomorrow I'm fully determined to see. The dream I am convinced and dedicated to fighting for until it happens. What is Africa for you?
Okay. Can you hear me? I hope everybody can listen to me. There's no echo to the show. Hopefully I eliminated all that. And let's see if anybody can comment on that. Can you hear me clear? And salam. Happy New Year to all of you. Happy New Year. Definitely. This is the Ethiopian New Year coming up. Attraction tomorrow. And actually, that's probably tomorrow now, almost. It's 9 p.m. Eastern Africa time. So I'm glad that you can hear me. I don't have any feedback. I don't know where the feedback came in. I think when we talk about something good and something very interesting, we'll always have some sabotuji that's going on, but nothing defeats Biggie when it comes to the African Diaspora Talk Show. So with all Xavier being behind and giving me this opportunity, because I never thought I would bring up this a discussion, because I never thought I'll be ready, but there's no time that comes to be not being ready when it comes for Africa, our beloved continent and its people in its continent, and the rest of my African brothers and sisters that are living in the world that are really suffering in the different circumstances and in different ways just because of their colors. But again, we're not going to just emphasize the color because we are beautiful people. Black is beautiful. Without black, there's no color. So that's already in the definition of how colors is defined. Again, I want to welcome everybody to Big E Diaspora Talk Show, and hopefully we're going to be covering a lot. There's a lot of discussion that's going to be going on, and this is really about African Union. African Union, what is it? What it stands for? And hopefully we're going to get a great involvement, because I think it's one of my things that I was thinking today. I've been looking into the website and looking into a lot of things, and I just find that that's our low-hanging fruit. The AU is a low-hanging fruit for Africans. If we get involved and we look at the deficiency, why things are not getting the way they're supposed to get in, well, that's the thing that we're going to be discussing today. I'll be pointing out a few things, and I'll show you a video from Dr. Monique, the deputy chairman of AU, and what she has to say about this whole thing. It amazes you. It's all this time we know about it, but we didn't do anything about it. So I want to start with a prayer, a short prayer, that I'm very grateful to Xavier for giving me the opportunity. The first day after my birthday yesterday, and this is the first day that I'm picking on AU conversation with him, allowing me and giving me this opportunity, and having all my family around me listening to my broadcast, and the truth comes out from my mouth, only the truth. And those of you that's going to join me, may Xavier give you the truth, and you come into my panel and let's discuss this. And I'm very grateful again for Xavier for showing me all these years, these beautiful years, and introducing me to you, my family. So it's something that I reflect on, I really enjoy, and this topic just came up. So may Xavier keep you safe and with all the blessing to join my Diaspora Talk. This is a weekly show, and every week that you come in is a blessing. Every day that you live is a blessing. Every day that you breathe is a blessing. So we should be grateful to Xavier for giving us this opportunity. And for those that passed, and those that died, may Xavier keep their soul in heaven and keep them safe as well. And he knows what to do with them. We are his children, and may he give us all the strength to love one another, to seek peace, as he commanded, love thy neighbor. Let's start there. And amen. All right, so it's kind of heavy discussion. I want to point out a few things, but again, before I get that, Hewan, I really appreciate that your response, that you can hear me clear. Sherry and Mentis, I really appreciate that. Thank you for joining me. Hopefully we're going to get more people coming in and joining this conversation. This conversation has always been looked the other way around. African Union is corrupt. African Union is this. It's not doing anything. They are influenced by outside entities. And we got all kind of stuff that is behind it. And basically what it does is all this narrative and all these, we know there's a problem, but there's narratives that are really want to detach you from the AU implementation and what they're going to be doing, and where the finance lack and how they operate, and all that. So before that, I always enjoy Mika Chavala's and Godspeed music, and let's start with that. Let's see, and let's enjoy that for a minute. Let's think about what we're going to be discussing. So everybody comes with the truth and understanding. And here's Mika and Godspeed.
In the colors of your 10,000 words. You formed the seasons and fixed the time. You gave me sparks in the morning light. Creation flow from your love. You were crafting, I was breathing. You were laughing, I was reaching out for you. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk the cool of the day with you. With you.
Cursing the garden of paradise, knew the pain from the Father's heart. To get us back, you gave it all. Filled in the likeness of flesh on earth, bore the cross that we deserve. We've gotten down on one knee. Spirit breathing on me, been said I'm seen. What I was made for, I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk in the cool of the day with you. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk in the cool of the day with you. With you.
The whole point of my existence is to know you, Jesus. The whole point of my existence is to know you, oh. The whole point of my existence is to know your love. The whole point of my existence is to know you, Lord. The whole point of my existence is to know your love. The whole point of my existence is to know your Lord. Is to know you, Lord. Is to know your Lord. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk the cool of a day with you. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk the cool of a day with you. With you.
There you have it. Our own talented Mika Shabala and Godspeed. every time that I listen to the music, it gives me a little peace and rethink and how things can go. And very, very nice music. And thank you again, Mika, and Godspeed. All right, let's get to the meat of discussion today. It's about African Union. So let's have a little just a short understanding is when this African Union was funded, and when did they start? They started 2001 for real, but that's the transition. But again, there's a 2 years gap between the African Union and the OAU. What happened is the talk came in, but eventually they agreed. Is transition from OAU to African Union. Just a little history is it was officially launched in 2002 as a successor to the Organization of African Unity. OAU stand for the African, I mean, it's an Organization of African Unity. OAU was funded in 1963 to 1999. So there's a gap. Still, OAU was still functioning, but again, this transition took effect. So between 1999 to 2002, pretty much there was certain things in limbo. We need to find out. And those of you that might have the story, you might as well put it on the comment. So the statement is, we are an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizen and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. Again, I'm just going to put it on the comment section so people can read it and think about it. This statement, that's where it starts. The whole thing starts right there. Okay. So AU is a successor of the OAU. Okay. It says we are integrated. Okay, just kind of transition, prosperous and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizen. You see, the key word here is driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. Okay. I see, again, it's driven by its own citizens. How about the non-citizens that are putting their hand in it? You know, there's a lot of interference from what I see. And how much of his own citizen are you looking at? The head of state get involved, or are you talking about the citizens, the actual citizens that live itself in the continent? We have a lot of other things that we can talk about AU and how it relates to the actual citizen and how they think about AU, the way it's performing. That'll be a question also on this panel is the AU performing? And if you represent all Africans and its own citizens, there's a question that the citizen has to ask, just like I put it in the description. We need to ask why they're failing, why all these things are happening. So I'm going to introduce you to the African Union interview with Dr. Monique Nsanzabaganwa, Deputy Chairman of the AU Commission. Very interesting. I might pose in certain questioning just to elaborate, because sometimes this interview is quite long. It's about 37 minutes and 38 seconds. But there are a lot of key words that she puts in there when she's being questioned. And this is going to give us a really who's leading it, what she's going to do about it, and all this questioning that we have about the AU. We can find solution. That's my take on this, because really to think about the African Union, the people that are vetted into serving the African Union, they kept in mind to serve Africa, but the dynamic in there, the things that's in there, the way it operates, might give you different flavors. It's not what you expected when you get in. AU is supposed to put Africa first, but in its own survival, in its own ways of the culture and the involvement of all citizens, the lack of involvement of all citizens, because I don't know how many of you just went on the African Union, just browsed through and information and all that, but I do once in a while. But this one I found it, maybe it's my first day after my birthday, and I took a pick on it. I never thought I would. It's a big discussion. It's a very important discussion. And it's part now, come to think of it, is my low-hanging fruit. It's something that all citizens should be involved. And they should be putting their thoughts, their efforts to move this thing and to make it our own African Union. Not an African Union that can change course in the middle of the planned course and then turn different direction. And now we're going to start from scratch. There's an Agenda 63, and I wonder sometimes, looking at the line of things that's going to happen between now to 2063, I think we probably might not even meet 2063. It seems like it's going to take a longer time because things that's supposed to be in place, implemented, they're not there. And I just want you to hear it from the deputy chairman, and she flat out says it. And I hope I'm not going to bore anybody, but there's a lot of interesting questions and answers. And in the middle on my pose and get back, and let's hear it from her and how she sees it with this interview. I find it very interesting, and see what can we do as Africans to help the AU, not to help, but to wake up AU and do the right thing, put it that way. We don't want them to be numb and and not doing anything about it. So I'll put this video up. Probably go with the two questions or one question, depending on how long it's going to be running, and let's see what she has to say.
My vision for the African Union Commission is simple: efficiency and accountability. I believe these two values must guide all that we do at the African Union level. As I said, the efficiency and accountability are key for any organization. And for our own organization at this particular time, for that, I have two main focus areas. One is to look at the needs of the organization in terms of financial and administrative matters. What do I mean by here? mainly on the governance side, where we have to make sure that we are and remain a rule-based organization, where we are transparent, and also we tackle impunity. Also on the human capital side, you know, we have to attract and retain the best talent on the continent, but also ensure a culture of delivering results and managing performance. On finance side, for sure, this is a key area where I have to make sure that our commission and also the union-wide, because we have one union-wide budget, we are really managing in a way to deliver value for money, and also ensuring that our financial management doesn't have loopholes, and we aim to have clean audit reports. Also, another area under the administration is the quality of the summits. You know, the summits are very important for an intergovernmental process, and we are a multilateral organization, and whatever we aspire as the union happen through dialogue. And our meetings at all levels, from the summit of the heads of state and government to the other policy organs meetings, we must be efficient, we must be focused, we must be meaningful. But above all, we must ensure that the decisions we take are diligently monitored and implemented and duly reported on regularly. So that was really the first focus, which is administration, finance, really general management. But also my other focus is the institutional reform. You know, I'm joining this organization at a critical time where the union is undergoing a deep institutional reform. And part of it has been completed, namely the African Union Commission, but we have also other parts of the reform that are remaining, including some offices of the Commission outside of Addis, but also the other organs, and as well as the process of really clarifying the division of labor at different levels. So that reform must be completed. And once completed, we must fast track its implementation. That is going to be also my other area of focus. Concrete actions, actually, there are many. First of all, I must say that I'm joining a team here. And we are a new commission. We have our chairperson, my colleagues, commissioners, but also the team, the members of the staff of the commission. We have really the duty to make sure that we rebuild and sustain the image of this organization, the trust. I think for me, that is the first thing to focus on. It's a short term, but also over the medium and long term, we must sustain this. And how do we go about that? First of all, we need to really start maybe by those easy steps, low-hanging fruits that are there to really build that efficiency and that transparency. I can give you an example. Take the governance in general. Here we are talking of things we can do to really improve, like tackle impunity. We have to look at those outstanding resolutions or decisions or recommendations or even audit queries. Focus on them, implement them. I think the key word here is implementation. We have a lot of things that have been decided, that have been studied, that have been, I would say, recommendations have been put on paper, and we need to take from the paper to reality. And that needs diligent focus, leadership. It needs persistence, because here you have to deal with maybe different cultures or even mindsets. It has really to have an owner, a champion who is really committed to delivering on those decisions that have been taken. I think that's a key aspect, and it cuts across. You name it, whatever, even the reforms we are talking about. I mean, it's been, I don't know how much time that will have a new structure that has been approved. And we need actually to start implementing this new structure of the commission. Recently, I was engaging the staff in a town hall meeting, and we got their really nice feedback, and committed to even doing that more often. And what we see is from the decision to implementation, there are always other decisions to be taken. There are steps like how we are going to recruit. We have implemented a new modern merit-based recruitment system that has gone live in March. We have advertised the positions for the senior executive team, the directors, a director general, and other positions of the media, I would say middle management, are also going to be published soon. So for that, you need really to accompany it with consistent leadership and really making sure that everyone who has a role to play do what they have to do so that you deliver on this. So we are recruiting. We have started recruiting even a skills audit firm that is going to be carrying out this activity of skills audit and competence assessment of the staff, so that we know what decisions we are going to take about the existing staff of the organization. So all that is going to be happening this June onwards. That was just an example I was giving you on the reform, but also on the finance side, for instance. We are now in a process of budgeting. And when we undergo that process, we are learning a lot of things. We are learning, for instance, that we are challenged in terms of our capacity to deliver. Even our result-based management system is challenged, because we must demonstrate that for every dollar that member states and other partners are paying, what are we delivering out of it? What are those tangible results we are getting? And how can we improve implementation capacity so that we stick on the plan and execute it really at the satisfactory level? But also on the other side, we are challenged because we are seeing that this organization is growing. We are having a lot of things to do, a lot of institutions, but then we needed to think about financial sustainability. Where are we going to get those resources to do all that we need to do? So an exercise of reprioritization has to come in. And how do you drive this across the union, not just the commission? That's a work that is needed. It requires leadership. It requires coordination. It requires engagements. It requires really thinking out of the box so that people can really know how to focus, how to prioritize, how not to overlap, and how really to pick those initiatives that are going to be unblocking conditions for the countries to implement on the ground, and things that citizens can feel and testify that actually change is happening. So I can go on and on with examples, including organizational culture change. That's another critical area. You know, this is an organization that really relies on human capital for most of its work, because its brain, its thoughts, its processes, its engagement, its negotiation. So how do you make sure that your human capital is actually motivated? They are actually living the values of the organization. We are having a deficit in how we are living the value of Pan Africanism, putting Africa first. I mean, you know that we do. We must not be seen like wasteful or negligent or just minding about meetings, but what is coming out of those meetings? You know, those are the things that we have to go through, and I have started together with my colleagues at the Commission to implement some of the initiatives, but this is a long haul. So you can have initiatives over the medium term, or even the long term, because it's all about transformation, and transformation takes time.
All right. You know, we can go on these, and a couple things that I picked on Dr. Monique. I can see she sounds a little bit lax, but she's not, because there's a lot of things that is there, because really she says it as it is. They need to focus on governance, the finance, the human resource, the summit quality. All these things, you know, it really matters. Not to mention, to add the lack of implementation. They can have all the initiative, they can have all the things that they can line out, but at the same time, you see what the African Union is struggling. She just putting, because this leadership is put in there in order to improve and add the implementation process and how she's going to be implementing these things. But she still tells you, even on her voice, you know, there's a short-term, long-term implementation. And how do we really get engaged, you know, especially we have a lot of brilliant Africans out there that can really take it to another level, another notch. And as she said, she really depends. And the African Union is an organization that depends on human resource. Who do you have within the available resource? And she even mentioned not only the issue within the AU in Addis, but there are other subdivisions that are all over the place that the accountability seems like it has a question. You know, is that person coming to work every day? Not just showing up physically, but is he really is the person that's going to take that initiative and be the leader? And so, are we going to just stand by the side, not to do anything, any engagement with the AU itself when it comes to the recruitment of the talent of the African that are there in Africa and as well abroad? You know, people that have different experiences. And this, in just a few minutes of video, we can see the issues in 13 minutes. You know, that shows me that we're in trouble financially. We got question in leadership. We have question about the budget itself, and once the budget is there, are they spending in the right place? And different things, that comes in question. She laid it out. This is something that within this few 13 minutes, can you imagine, if we're gonna go even on a different level and getting departments after departments. And then I looked at some of the budget and they put on a sign. That's mind-boggling. It's just and one of the things that I looked at when I pulled some of this and the annually revised edition, African Commission, and then it says, and New Zealand Crown copyrights. In fact, I'm going to share that with you guys. So this is not something we have to question. We have to question everything. And that's why I said African Union is a low-hanging fruit. We question it, and we should get the answers. We have definitely an issue, because just the building and few that occupies that office and not doing anything, or they're hand strapped, or they lack vision, they lack governance, they lack finance, they lack all that things in hand. What good is it to have an African Union? But it's on a good path. It has a good path. It's up to us, we African, getting engaged. Individual Africans, those who got talents, those who got everything, has to come forward. They have to be there, because this is our Africa, nobody else. And we got an AU, and we keep complaining AU is not doing work. But as you heard, the deputy chairman, she's having a problem. 13 minutes in this conversation, we can highlight on what's wrong with the AU. Let alone, the peacekeeping, all that. We have issues. How do we come ahead as one unit to bring this one African mission for one Africa, one nation, one Africa? You can see it. We've been screaming, oh, we have to have a representation in the UN. For me, I look at it, we're not even organized enough to maintain our house, and let alone to be in the UN, being represented. Then you got Japan that's jumping and saying, yeah. Africa is supposed to be represented. She should be represented in the United Nations. Who are you trying to fool? If I look at within this 13 minutes and I see the deficiency of the African Union, it's not something that they did on purpose. It's not something that, it's just, it lacks a lot of things. It lacks a lot of things. The governance, the finance, the use of the human resource, the quality that's been delivered, what the other African nations put you in there, and to deliver based on the budget that's been assigned to you, not being proactive. For me, that's one of the words that I can use. It shows the issue. We didn't even go further on this video. I can, she can be relaxed, but at the same time, when she brings out all these highlights, we all Africans should see that, because it's an African sister that wants the best for Africa, but at the same time, she's struggling, and she said, examples after examples, but if she gets help in supporting her, raise your hand where your expertise is, and be volunteer. That's how we're going to change. Because African Union is not going nowhere. Nothing sooner than I know. They're going to use it to abuse it and abuse back our people. Because we're going to be responding to whoever entity is supporting us. It should be 100% independent. But just looking at it from the delivery point, it's weak. It's still weak. This is why I said we got to walk the talk. And she said it right there. The delivery is a problem. The dialogue they're taking, the policy that is there, the efficiency is not there. The reporting is not there. So she said they're going through this reform. And this reform is going to go through the rest of other places. That are they performing, you know? Why do I have this office there under performance? This is not a McDonald's, you know. This is not Burger King, or this is not the franchise. Or we make profit on this side. No. This profit should be the profit by the sweat of Africans on the ground and be represented in the union. She's talking about big words. The focus. She's talking about leadership focus. She's talking about the leadership itself is in question. The structure. And so are we going to be just, my question is, are we going to be just sitting and watching? Or we're going to take this to heart and really get involved with what decision that African Union is making? I don't know if you recall, I was talking about a day that it seems like they get the summit going and everything else. And this is a nutshell. And before this this video, I feel like whoever the officer is for that representation, whatever the delegate that came in and is going to be performing, it seems like after the summit, you know, he closes his briefcase, all the documentation is there, and not act to it, and basically he goes back home. When he goes back home, he's got a bunch of stuff that he's going to be doing, and all that summit information that need to be implemented is still in the briefcase, not even opened. I said that, and it's so funny the way she put it. Lack of leadership, and they need to perform. There's shortage in the organization, and also there's an overage of people that are not competent enough for the position. So it's up to us, we Africans, since we got the OAU that's been succeeded by the African Union, we still have to have our words on what's going on in that building, and as well what they're posting on the webpage. Because that's the information. I don't know if anybody picks it and talk about it. But again, there's always room for us for improvement. And we should focus on the African Union. Because African Union, if you represent me and they're not representing us the way they're supposed to, what good is my government is going to be paying for the AU? We all can be better off living on our own if there's no collaboration and implementation and structures, leadership. I mean, you promise something, if you don't implement it, it's zero. Okay, I can understand some of it is short-term, medium, and so on and so forth. But that's why I brought this African Union discussion, because it's our union. It says African Union. So as long as Africa is on it and it's officially out there, it concerns me who's going to be in those offices. So it's time for us to review their performance and start questioning why it wasn't implemented. Simple citizen, from the bottom up. You can ask. When he said he delivered, it's just like a project. There's a timeline, there's a milestone that you got to hit. If you don't, and you give me heads up that you're not going to meet, then we could review what the problem is and solve that issue. But if we're going to keep it out there like a parliament, like with no say, no change, except the delegates out there, how are we going to be reforming that? Why is it that we're all going to be blaming, oh, African Union is just this and that? Hey, it is there. It's been agreed by all states. At the same time, there's also issue in the organization culture. The culture itself has a problem. How are you going to address those things? So before we knock off African Union, I think for me, I can say I'm one of the guilty ones because I didn't see any performance. So I thought it was an organization that was really well off and things are happening and they're going to do them changes. And then I came back and started looking at the finance. African Union is broke. Every day is broke. Doesn't have money. How can we change this course? How can we really look into the utilization of the human resource? Africans for Africa, or Africans for Africans. Helping one another, understand one another. What's the goal? What's the mission? I mean, even the website, you know, sometimes it really amazes me. I've seen a better website than anything else, but it seems like somebody just got it in, and I don't know, he probably knew his cousin or something. But I'll show you one thing when it comes to the, you know, the African Union website, official website. We've got so many brilliant African graphic designers and web designers that can do better job than what I see as representing 54 states to begin with. The presentation itself, you know. I'll show you, and if everybody would settle for this, I don't know, but I'm going to share that again, what it looks like. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. We have to own African Union as Africans because they represent us. And if they're not doing the job, we're just going to have to find somebody that do the job. This is how I feel. People are not doing the jobs. They're just sitting there getting paid. No performance. And there are others that are struggling to get the performing staffs. It's sad. There you go. I'm going to share the website. I mean, it's just all over that you have trying to get this and that. How many people are going to go through this and find himself around it? You know, you're just going to have to do this. And she will say something about certain things, and you will understand what I meant by this. There's so many promises in this page than the delivery. The other thing that I've seen also, I believe it was the finance side of it. And I just had this, and I'm going to share that document also. But there's a lot of information that that's out there. We're not following up. We're not taking it really as our own. It is our own business. This is our own Africa that we're talking about and representing all 54 states. So we've got to take it seriously and start looking into the issues and demand for change. Because if you let them run the way they want to run, they'll do it their own way, and they have nothing to say about it. It still fails anyway. If they're not going to be implementing all the things that they promised to deliver, it's going to fail. I know a lot of you are out there listening, and you know what it means to fail projects. It's a disaster. There you go. All right, this part that I've taken, this is the a guide for those working with and within the African Union Handbook. Okay, I find it very very funny because yes, you know, every company has their own handbooks, but what I was very surprised is this handbook was first published in 2014 and reprinted annually as a revised edition. I have no problem with that. African Union, this is 8th edition at African Union Commission in New Zealand. Copyright reserved. Why? Don't we have our own African companies that can print this stuff? It amazes me, you know. It's a jointly published by the African Union Commission and the New Zealand Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Okay. So we got New Zealand here. That's really can put whatever they want within the prints, whatever the changes, the influences, God knows whatever. But it should be by Africans. He said the African Union Commission in the New Zealand Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade shall not be under any liability to any person or organization in respect of any loss of damage, including consequential loss or damage, however caused, which may be incurred or which arises directly, indirectly relies. And you still, you know, the good old blah, blah, blah. And then I'll go to the content. You know, if you go on the content, you'll see the members, who is the member, when they joined, whatever the date that they have. Okay, and there was one that I really wanted to show you guys, is that the budget assessment, budget and scale. This is one of the things that she was talking about. The process is there. The budget, you know, blah blah blah. You got the gold rule, 100% of. By the way, I'll you know, if you guys are really interested, I'm just actually, you know what, I'm just gonna drop the link so you can read it on your own time. I'm not going to take too much time on that, but just to for you to have a little handbook and what it meant. That helps us to discuss things. So I see that, and let me get back to that same page. The budget, and then this is funny. The budget is prepared and presented in four main components: the staff, operating expenses, capital expenses, and programs. The AU Golden Rule for Finance Management, adopted in 2018, okay, provide that 30% of the total budget should be related to the operational budget and 70% to the program budget. In addition, Assembly that they have the 578 and the Roman numerals 25th of June 2015 provide that AU should strive to ensure that 100% of the operational budget, 75% of the program budget, and 25% of the peace support operation budget are funded by member states by the year 2022. In order to achieve this, and the Assembly adopted the Kigali Decision, which in principle requires member states to institute 0.2% levy on all eligible goods, imports, and into the continent to fund the budget. You see, all the good information, how these things comes. So we got to be involved. We got to read what they're putting out there and how they're running it. And definitely, you know, I'm just pointing out things that I see, but there are a lot of experts out there that can really dig into and look at the finance. So as of November 2020, there were 70 member states collecting the levy: Benin, Cameroon, Chad, Congo, Cote d'Ivoire, Djibouti, Gabon, Gambia, Ghana, Guinea, Kenya, Mali, Nigeria, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, Sudan, and Togo. As of November 2020, what happened to the rest of them? What happened to the rest of the African states? You know, I find things, you know, it shows me these are the only one that just, as of 2020. But it says 2022, everybody should come together for it. But it's something that we need to watch and see, because this is the 2021 handbook. So I'm expecting the New Zealand Crown is going to reprint again 2022. But it says the 2021 total budget as approved by the AU Executive Council October 2020 meeting. And look at the budget. The meeting by Vidacom was 636 million. Yeah, it's not even 37. Divided as follow, and it says operating costs, operating budget 172 million, and then you have the assessed on member states is 161 million, 93%. 8 million, 8.5 million, 5% from administrative costs. If you look at it, this is an entity that's supposed to help unifying and working with all the African stuff, you know. It's not even a budget of a small state in the U.S. You can see how low that is, and out of that low, how much goes to different places. So I just want you, I just brought that up just to for you to read through it, and I'm pretty sure we're going to find a lot of things in it. And those of you that can help out and put some information out there, that would be great. Right now, from what I see, we're not ready for the representation, the AU, because I can see a colossal problem that's going to come when it comes to votes and twisting hands. And I can put another 800 million to it, and I can turn some votes around. But again, that's something that you guys think about it. So I'm gonna go back again. I see Gabda Alim, you're saying us in Europe out of Djibouti. Okay. Yeah, if the African Union was functional, we can raise those questions why they are there. But it seems like they're given the green light. Nobody says anything about it. So again, this is one of the things we need to discuss. And in fact, we're supposed to have the Horn of Africa a show maybe sometime next week. We need to revise what's going on in Africa. And in fact, I just put my 2 cents. I said by next week, there's a lot of things that's going to be happening. And that gives us a whole week to review and put a show together. So we'll talk about that. But I brought it, I understand. And this is understood. But then, because usually if you are in the comment and if I don't post it in here, so people can see, we want people to see. We don't want to hide anything. This is what's happening in our world. Thank you for Kabadalim, but I really appreciate that. I'm gonna second that. Well, I'm gonna share. I'm gonna play another video of her, of the chair deputy, and see what's next. What we're lacking in there. I find it a very interesting video, and we can make. Basically, I'm making a show out of it, but for us to discuss as Africans, what are the next steps? It's very important because it's our Africa, and we got an African Union that's running it, and they're already trying to implement and change for all these things that she says she's going to do. Forget what happened to the past. Just from this, what's going to be implemented, what's going to be happening. If we start from this point on and scrutinize everything that's going on and not being delivered, that means we'll not waste any more time from here to 2063 implementation. Just think about it. So I'm going to play it one more. The question is now, administration, staff development, and finance fall under your mandate. As Deputy Chairperson of the EU Commission, could you elaborate more on how you will strengthen these sectors and use them as an asset for the organization to achieve its objective of serving African citizens? You see, serving African citizen. For me, it feels like the entity kind of different. I don't know. Put your comment how you feel about this. So here she goes. I really appreciate it though that she was very upfront about all these.
Oh, first of all, everything has to be based on the rules. So we have key legal instruments like the staff regulations and the rules, financial regulations and the rules. These are key because they embody what the member states, the policy organs actually, what are the principles they want us to abide to and really do our business within. But the lacking or the missing bit is actually from these legal instruments, how do you operationalize them? We still have a gap there, which I think focus is to be put there. We have started to come up with policies, with the manuals, with even standards of procedures on how you operationalize this. You find that most of the time the issue has been in how we follow through in the implementation of these rules and regulations. And there, you don't only have the systems and the policies in place, but also you mind the right capacity of the people behind those rules and procedures. If you want, for instance, financial control. So financial control is a set of rules, but also is a set of mindset and values that the staff hold, so that really they commit to living those rules and implementing them to the spirit and the letter. But also you need the tools, like digital tools, an integrated system, like we have one, SAP. But this SAP, you know, we needed to make it actually work for us. We are now in the process of upgrading it, which is good. But you know that with these systems, it's as good as what you feed them. And how do we make sure that actually, as we update this system, we make it work for us? We give it the set of rules, the algorithms that are actually well thought through, that are not just automating our old-fashioned way of doing things, that are actually building in efficiency, so that you don't have steps that are not necessary, and that this system builds in checks and balances that are needed, so that you really do implement financial control, or that you implement things like, can you have a system where if you commit to certain service level agreements, like this is our charter, we'd never exceed maybe 2 days when you are treating this type of file. So can that system be flagging when someone exceeds those days, so that you know you have those inbuilt tools to help you actually manage efficiently, or for service delivery, for financial control, for human capital management. We are talking of leaves. We are talking of even people who can just fail to report to work, and you never know. I mean, why do we have to go through that? I think that is really the first thing. Make sure that whatever rules we have, we are committed to living them, but we are supporting them with the policies and the manuals and the processes and procedures and tools that are going to enable us actually to check that we are living those rules. That's number one. Second is really the issue of human capital development. I think it's key. And this is not just in terms of technical skills, because when we recruit, we are supposed to be recruiting on competence, but then that competence, I mean, it has to evolve, and it has also to be relevant to the needs of this organization at the commission, but also at different offices and different organs. So beyond just having people who are talented, can we make sure that at each and every level they are relevant, they remain relevant to the needs of the organization? Are they innovative enough? Are they exercising foresight? Because, I mean, this is organization, it relies it looks at the secretariat, which is the commission, and its specialized organs actually as the brains of what we want to achieve as Africans. But aren't we failing the citizens of Africa? are we really being very strategic in how we are coming up with programs to be implemented? So if you have the skills, but you're failing to connect with the needs of the population, with the global challenges that are today and for tomorrow, then you will be failing this organization. So you need also to build your human capital in that level, so that it's not just that I have my degree, that I have passed this exam and this test, and then I'm in this position and then I just relax. No, you have actually to use that and go beyond your core, because we are talking of this Africa of ours. Those are the things that I think must accompany whatever we are doing, if we are really to make sure that the whatever financial administrative systems we have in place are also serving the purpose. So the purpose must always click in our brain. They are not just a public service there, just sitting there getting paid. No, we must be actually connecting our being in the positions we are in to what the aspirations of the Africans are. And if we don't check from time to time how we are doing on that, I think that will be a big gap. Woman, but
I apologize. I had a little technical difficulties between the video and my StreamYard. As you can see, you know, uh, she's really going deep into what's wrong within the organization, what it needs to be implemented, and especially on the last one that I just picked is that, yeah, you got your degree, you qualified, you went to the exam, and the way you vet on your resource, and after that, they just sit down and, oh, I got a great job, and put it really, the guy with the briefcase after the summit comes home, close all that, and nothing has been done. Oh, I'll look at it, uh, you know, because the next summit is in about 6 months or so, whatever the meeting are. So it shows that we still lack a lot of tools that are not in place. Because by now I thought you would have, you know, everything that you need for transparency in 20 years, and 20 years is 20 years. Even the technology get implemented where you can see across board. The chairman should have a dashboard. You should have a dashboard on a click where he knows exactly what's going on in each nations, what they promise to deliver for the nations. Whether you sending a peace mission or a program, uh, it seems like he's going to go through the maze down to the bottom to get that information. It seems like the information system is not up to par. So there's a really hard time to know who's performing, how he's performing, where you are. It seems like that's why AU fails. This is what I want to bring in is that, yes, there are people that are really thinking about Africa, but she demonstrated also saying, hey, some people are just there for the job. And it's also seen on every public servant, once they are, I work for the federal government, I work for, this big organization, that's government organization. and they kind of lack. We got to bring the entrepreneurial services, inject that into the African Union. I don't know how, but that's the word that I'm going to throw in there. That really, we, as an African Union, should be really getting closer to what they represent. It seems like they're detached from the citizen. I see that word citizen, citizen, but it seems like they're completely detached from it. And everything should start within each nation. And each nation has to be strong enough to question the AU. And they question the AU when they start paying also their dues. Okay. If there's no finance on this organization is like on the wind. It's like a little leaf on the wind. Take it that way, it goes to the right, it goes to the left, up, down, and of course the main goal of the 2063, by far, we should get a better understanding on how to run our continent, our unity. Each nations are independent, and we respect the independence and the sovereignty of each state, and the neighboring also has to respect each other's boundaries. So I just brought this up. You know, it's not being pro African Union or anything, but again, since it's an establishment that represent me as an African, I just want to bring in the highlights on the deficiency on what AU is having a problem. It's not new. A lot of people discussed about it, but I'm bringing it back. What can we do into bringing it? So, those of you who would like to join me, I'm going to share the StreamYard. Please join me. In the meantime, I want to make sure that everybody's still in line for One Africa office, Swahili Nation One Africa office. We're going to be looking at the GoFundMe. Let's see what we have so far. And hey, we passed the 4,000 marker by $50. I mean, €50. All right, let me bring that up, share with everybody. Good job for everybody that contributed. It's recognized, and taking it as your own. It's your office. And those of you that are really working on this, donating, put $5 in there. Like BJ says, I got 5 on it. So every time that you see, if you got an extra 5, just put on it. And sometimes just look at your cup of coffee and, well, think about it. I'll sacrifice that. And it's going to be a great cause. Again, as you can see, we are €4,050. And one of the things that I was just thinking about our Swahili Nation One Africa. This foundation can be very influential into the AU, or we can get certain things done by having a team that's going to be consistent and working on certain programs that were supposed to be implemented and they're not. So it's non-political. It's not about politics. It's about what is being promised to be delivered. It's not delivered. We question it. So remember, this office is going to be very important for all of us. And those of you that did not share this information, please share, because people live with people. And within that dynamics, it might be different in politics. It might be different in religion. But as being human and as being Africans, we should be able to share the same values. The peaceful Africa. And you can go anywhere in that continent. Our culture has so much familiar or something like we're all brothers and sisters at the end of the day. So share this information because it's one of the milestones of Swahili Nation in Africa that we need to achieve. We must achieve it because at the same time also there's other question that comes behind it is that if we perform and we show sectors of improvement, going after the low-hanging fruits. Again, I'm looking at African Union being the low-hanging fruit. It's a big organization, but there's opportunity in it. Look for the opportunity. Read what they have in there, what's being posted, what kind of job they are there. Can you do it? Can you perform? Can you do a better AU? Or can you do something that's going to be different where you can motivate other youth? At the end of the day, it's for a peaceful Africa, a loving, peaceful Africa. And as a citizen of Africa, can you take certain jobs that are out there in the AU? Maybe sometimes they might not pay well, but at the same time, a job is a performance of a reaction. And even in science, the work is defined. It doesn't have to always pay you in the value, in cash value, but that work is done. You helped one African to do maybe push his car. It's work, it's job. You're pushing the car, you're helping the guy. But you didn't ask him for money for that. But you did work. These are the works that we underestimate because it's part of human resource. We're the one that's going to be moving Africa forward. Don't expect it's going to be moved from the top. It comes from the bottom. And as organic as we are, that's what we're trying to achieve from the bottom up. All right, let me read some of the comments in here. Again, those of you that's commenting on this show, I really appreciate that. I got Yanatan as a public service culture through meritocracy lacks in Africa in general. Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I'm talking about. Again, it's up to us, because we're so diverse and different cultures, different life, different lifestyle, different. But when it comes to Africa, there should be one thing in mind: the unity. And the unity happens with vision. If we don't have common vision, common understanding about our vision toward unity, we're always going to be apart. But the unfortunate truth is that the continent is glued together with all the nations. And we have to deal with each other. It's not something that you're going to take off and put Ethiopia in the middle of the Atlantic, or you take off with Nigeria and you can put it somewhere else. We're glued together. Now it's just how we're going to be functioning together, collaborating and networking together. Yeah, AU is good, as African Union, yeah, it's good. But we see the deficiency, and how can we help? But look at the human resource. Africa is young. We got a young resource. It's got like what they said, about 19 years old, the average. So the 19 years old, let's put it 20 just to make it even. In the next 40 years, okay, he'll be 60. And 60, and you go to the actually 2063 agenda, you better see with that 3 years that this implementation has come to closer. Or do we implement everything that the African Union needs financially, technologically, where everything is transparent? Can we do that? I think we do. We have the opportunity. Every line item that's going to be implemented in 2063, we're just going to take the low-hanging fruits. Can we accomplish that? Can we accomplish that? That's going to be another time discussion, because just this session, I cannot cover it all. But I'll be covering the 2063 agenda, and we're going to be comparing where we are, where we stand, and how African Union can make the changes implementation. Because this deputy, if we put a good suggestion box, as Swahili Nation One Africa, that we are interested, we want to be involved, and we want to help. Believe me, for the morale itself, for the Dr. Monique is a great support. So if they promise and they want to do something, as Africans, it's our duty also to support them on that dream, because their success is our success. Don't forget that. You always work for somebody else's success in your surrounding, because by making them shine, you would shine. It comes back. This is the attitude that we should have throughout the continent, throughout the African diaspora, because one diaspora success and help them to get to that success, at the end of the day, is African. It's like a boomerang coming back to Africa and being appreciated. So we need to make sure that we understand what African Union stands, and at the same time, we need to understand where we stand as individual. Are we going to just be the AU haters or AU downers, or are we going to be supporting this beautiful African continent with an organization and something that's been established, and improve the way we communicate? It's our choice. Because the more we tear down the AU, the best opportunity for a lot of out there hungry warmongers to divide it up. At least we have this one African Union as citizen We got to plug in and put our suggestion, bombard them, keep them busy. In fact, they will hire somebody that's going to be reading all that. And new impacts really appreciate that. Yes, everything is possible. Everything. Yes. We Swahili Nation One Africa, we're going to make it possible. Because I know my family. I know what my family wants. We want the best for our brothers and sisters. If we get respected in the continent, every black in the world will be respected. In fact, we will demand justice for every Africans that's out there, every blacks. It will embolden our brothers and sisters. Where you from? I'm from Africa, proudly, because you have strong brother behind you, strong other sister behind you. Everything that we do and decide to tear down something is very easy, but to build it with a good foundation is hard. But if we collaborate, network, and get the best of the best to build that foundation, truly will be the success of whatever that you're building on a good foundation will be a shiny, loving, peaceful star that you're building. That's what we need. We got to go back and revise everything that we see on the African Union, and I cannot do it alone. Those of you that's going to be looking to it, stop looking at the YouTubes and stuff like that. Just go to the website and stop picking. Pick the brain of the brain that they have out there, where they stand. It's time for us to reform the AU by the people, by the citizens. We are the citizens. It's not the head of state that's going to squeeze. It's the citizens of Africa that's going to squeeze and bring the best for Africans. Financially, believe me, if we know exactly where everything goes, I think financially we can sustain within the continent in collaboration with the diaspora. Oh my God, we can refinance the whole freaking AU and nobody going to touch it. So they can make a sound decision. We'll point out all little corrupt. We'll point out every year it has to change with the votings. The system, that's the mechanism that's going to work. It's like having 54 chain that you have to run. And you got the CEO that's looking at the dashboard. He knows which one is not performing. So he's going to make that one a target to make sure that it's performing by putting the right necessary tools to make it perform. Is it going to shut it down? No, I don't think so. Because it has to exist. And that's how we are. 54 state, but again, we brought in the 55th state of the diaspora. You want change? Get involved. Walk the talk. Don't put hateful remarks. Because I always told you, the word hate itself is a resident that doesn't pay rent in your body and your soul. It doesn't have anything to come back to you, except you're going to be really broken hearted. because he really puts that much effort to hate something. Always, I don't like it. So what are you going to do about it? Are you going to live hating it? It's up to us, but I don't advise you. I don't advise you to have hate in your heart. It will destroy you. And this is about Africa, but again, I'm talking about in your life. You have to be sound in your life. Always think twice before you make a decision. Don't take sides. Just analyze it for yourself. Get the right information. That's what we lack. We lack the right information. Now we got a lot of YouTubers out there. They can put anything and kind of confuse, which I hate. And I hate and confuse. All these words are given for free. So for you can adapt to it. In my show, I always told you, the word confused, it shut down your brain. A part of your thinking brain will shut down automatically. It's like you're putting it to sleep. When you hate, you're literally putting a virus in your system. Strive for the love. Strive for positive peacekeeper in heart and mind. And I always said, sleep, eat, drink, Africa. Believe me, that thinking itself will give you certain peace because you want to do something about it. All right, on my comment, I'm going to go back on my comment. Yeah, Neil Impacts told me, everything is possible. Thank you. Level of confidence. Power would have, voice would have. And be titanium. Like that. I really like that. Who else? Oh, Neil Max, I was gonna post it. If you really put, we also need an African Sato, Sato. You understand? Because we are Southern Atlantic. And I'll post it. Because I don't want to even put the NATO. All right. Marie Antoinette, I hope everything is well with you. I just brought this subject of the AU, kind of painful subject, but at the same time, we'll overcome it and make a better Africa. So let me, while Neom Impacts write the, all right, until he put the correct, but anyway, it's understood. So this is from Neo Impacts. We also need an African NATO, so I call it the African SATO, African Treaty Organization, ATO. That's one thing that I posted for. Hey, why not? African Treaty Organization. Okay. That's how we bring or I like the listen, every time people would be typing AA is gonna come AAA or something like that. All right, I want to welcome my sister, Marie Antoinette. Welcome, Marie Antoinette, to the Diaspora Talk Show.
Hello, Biggie, and happy belated birthday again.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I tried to get back yesterday on on the recap show, but I got so busy. I got people coming in and all that. I got so busy, and the next thing I know, the battery died on the phone.
Oh, that's
So
okay.
I couldn't get back.
Yeah,
But I
that's
really appreciate everybody that wished me a happy birthday. And today is the first day after my birthday, so here I come with a big topic, a lot of things that we need to explore.
yes. I just wanted to read one paragraph of the link that I posted. I have it here. Until now, the EU has largely channeled funds in support of peace and security efforts through the African Union structures. But the new financial tools will give the EU the option of bypassing the African Union to directly pay for national and sub-regional military initiatives. For the first time, they will also allow Brussels to finance lethal equipment for African armies. With the flexibility that the EU is creating for itself comes some risk. Often, military operations to address threats to African security lack the overarching political strategies to deal with the drivers of conflict or build trust among local populations. To spend its money effectively and avoid investing in military efforts that could make fraught situations yet worse, the EU should insist that the peace support operations it funds be governed by political strategies and subject to EU oversight. Brussels should also do risk assessments before financing military training and equipment for African armies and refrain from supplying lethal equipment to fragile states. So the EU knows that it is funding conflict.
Yes. You see, we don't want it to be on the news. You understand? We want to be on it the day they draft it. So by ignoring the AU side and what's coming toward us in the continent, basically, from what you read, they're using the AU database when it comes to the leadership. And in fact, they will have even a very elaborated organizational charts and who's labeled. It's like the old days, before computers, and you got a map, you know exactly what the enemy is, what it's that, and all that. But now, you see, that transparency, that dashboard is created within EU. But African Union doesn't have anything further. So since they bring in the finance and they tell them, hey, because AU is supposed to be independent, supported by Africans when it comes to African affairs. EU is not a citizen of Africa. That's where we need to really focus what they're thrown in the AU and telling the AU what they're going to do without any opposition from AU. And in fact, I started typing something when I was putting the description of the show. Is one of the things that I always mention is that if there's a will that's already created, I don't want to reinvent the wheel. The wheel is already invented. I want to improve it and seek performance. And if there's no performance, I'm going to try more to make sure it's implemented right until it becomes functional. Just think about it. A wheel is always represented it was represented like spokes, like a bicycle spokes. And all these spokes got something to do with the alignment of the wheel. If one spoke or two spokes are offline, if they're not tied down, that wheel is not balanced. Okay? So imagine this big wheel, a bike wheel. It has all these spokes. And that bike wheel represents Africa, African Union. One, how many radials, spokes that we have to keep that circle together with all the weights. That's how it's determined how many spokes you need. On top of that, in order to really have a well-functioning wheel without no warping, these spokes got to be tightened. And each spoke, the more you tighten them, and then it becomes into the balance. That's what we lack in our analogy. That AU, think about it like a big wheel. But how many spokes does it have in order to be sustainable? Who supports it? Those spokes are the support for that big wheel. But at the same time, just because it got spokes, it doesn't mean it's aligned. Some of them come loose, you know. So some of the state probably say, I don't have the money for funding this. Okay, what's the backup? Who's going to go and tighten that gap? How we can have our own credit systems where we can run our own business in this wheel format. So why reinvent the wheel? The wheel is there. How can we reinforce that? Let's say 17 countries really participated in the levy to come up with the payment. But what happened to the rest of them? So it seems like my spokes are loose somewhere. And that's always prone for accidents, because if that wheel is not balanced and tuned, one, cannot handle the weight. Two, it's going to go sideways, or on the turn that I want to turn is not turning. My speed is not going to be efficient. There will be wear and tear, unnecessary wear and tear, lack of maintenance. So there's a lot of issues on this wheel. I don't know if you heard from, I know you heard from Dr. Monique, but there's a lot of load of things that she's been loaded. But does she have all the spokes fine-tuned? Forget it. Having just the spoke is good enough. The fine-tuning comes later. Something that can handle that weight, the pressure that comes from outside. Because she can point out, we all need to be engaged. We have to really engage ourselves before somebody makes a decision for us. Out of the blue, you got Japan that's saying, oh, Africa should be represented in the Security Council. So how come Japan just jump ship and say no? We have to. A lot of the he used trying to say you got the U.S. that's saying the second. Let's help building the second African United State of Africa. All this narrative, we have to start thinking. Let's think about it for a minute. Oh, a lot of people said, "Oh, this is a great thing." Well, think about it. There's a better way to have one leadership representing Africa, and that leadership is going to make the decision for all 54. It's not going to happen, but that's the goal. We cannot even handle and maintain the African Union. Well, make sure that you're going to have one leader that's going to represent the whole Africa on a 1-year term. So that means you sign something, it's there. And you know there's a lot of fine print in there. How about if it was a wrong decision? That means the whole Africa is going the same way. Again, we got to protect what is ours. AU is ours. The forefathers that created the OAU for the independence of all Africa, they're watching us. We just told them we just improved, we became AU. No, we're still in the organizational status, putting ourselves at risk because we're not performing. Everything goes sideways. So just like the wheel in the spoke, we need to add more spoke, those that are not involved. We need to fine tune them in order to have a fine wheel that's working. It's like a guitar or an instrument. If you don't fine tune it, it doesn't give you the desired sound. So we need to fine tune on African Union. We're the citizens. As long as representing African Union, we still have a say as citizens. And I invite every smart, intelligent, talented African brothers and sisters, whether you are in the continent, whether you are outside, abroad, take a look at it. See what it can do. I cannot do it all. I'm one of the people that really think in the box outside the continent. I'm on the outside. I'm not within the continent. But again, I hear my family that's screaming out there. And then there's one notion that I always says, when you hear somebody, you gotta think out of the box. You gotta question, say, when is the last time you put me in a box? I'm not boxed in. Vertically, horizontally, I'm wide open. I take for solution instantly because nobody boxed me in anyway. Because we're by nature, spiritually, we're creative. When a dog run after you, do you have to think out of the box? No, you run. You're out of there. This is some of the old thinking to make it numb. You're still in the box. Got to think out of the box. Whoever who came in with that word, just, I don't understand. It seems like he came in from a different planet. We're human. We've got brains. We've got souls. We've got spirit. We're going to have to hold Africa together. Show me in the comment how many of you love Africa. Put that love, just the love for Africa. Just put your heart. Just put it in there, in the comment section. Because just this minute, we just put the heart. Our love for the continent. No matter what, we will prevail. We will win. As long as our heart is filled with love, not hatred. Our unity in mind and spirit should be one. Our continent doesn't have a visible border. So we have to think borderless. But it's a beautiful, beautiful quilt. I see it like a quilt put together. Beautiful colors, colorful. Our mountains, our valleys, let alone the landscaping, but the people in it are colorful. I want to see more hearts, more heart on my comment. Marie Antoinette, there you go. So this is where I'm at right now. When you came into African Union, I know it's very controversial sometimes, but it should not be controversial because this is my African Union, no matter what. Because it's an establishment that comes from the forefather that funded OAU, and the successors are supposed to be really 20 years. It's 20 years old. But we're not paying attention as citizens also. Whatever they post, we just let it go. Maybe some of us that are in that level, maybe they made their comments, whatever. But as citizens, we should stand up. Until when? We create on the OAU, there was no EU, no West. Got rid of the colonizers. Think about it. OAU didn't have no influence per se the way we see it on the AU now. Now I'm thinking about reviewing on what is there that the West cannot even, or any colonizers cannot even turn it. There must be some documents and treaties in there that we probably need to provision in the AU. Sometimes I think that we should stay as OAU. Still pushing the struggle. Now we declare African Union, make it sound like we're in the labor union or something. So, back to you, Marie Antoinette.
Yes, Biggie. Well, I think what do you think of having a more financially independent AU? Is that an achievable goal?
Well, you know, it's an achievable, very achievable goal. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But the problem is, you got a collusion between the West and the AU itself and the citizen that's going to be able to support it
there will be a conflict of interest. If we finance it 100%, right? African by Africa, Africa by Africans, and there's no leak for the other, then we don't have no interference in creating this one nation, one Africa. But the problem is there's interference. They're either going to go through your land on each nations to declare wars, to finance different sabotagers, and keep the AU busy on these kind of programs. Okay?
Yes.
It is possible. But again, AU itself, according to Dr. Monique, they're creating this reform, and this reform, it should only include Africans. Because AU is going to say, oh, I've been helping you. You know what you guys are doing? They bring in observers to observe the African affairs. You know, we don't need observers. We need our own people to run their own business. So it's possible, but again, to make that possibility to be possible, we need to finance that possibility first before you inject yourself into the EU. I mean, in the AU, because the AU already it has corruption. It has so many other branches that are not performing the way they're supposed to be performing. So now you're coming after their jobs, okay? And non-performing jobs, either you're going to perform or you're out. So there will be a lot of blockage. If I bring in $1 billion to invest it in this venture to make sure we look into every detail of an organization, the way an organization should be transparent, you will have another one that's going to come with $5 billion. Okay? So you won't be implementing it. You see? It's a counter. It's like a counter bid. So we need to work from each nation. Each nation has to have a strong build out. Because if nations allow the EU to interfere in their affairs, then when it comes to vote, all this influence that comes from each nation is going to corrupt AU. And AU is funded mostly by EU. So now you got this nation, these nations have been funded also by EU. It becomes clear that whatever that need to be decided is going to be based on what EU wants. You see it? Maria Antoinette, you see that?
Yes. I'm wondering, well, I mean, it would be a lot for just one evening, but I remember you made a point about the choice of leaders for the AU.
Mm-hmm.
And having people vote for the leaders. And
Right.
we're wondering, whether that would help to solve some of these leadership problems that we're having at the moment.
If you notice on this discussion, in order to have a strong AU, we have to have a strong nations. We need to build the nations. The nation is going to make the difference. Because if each nations take care of their own without any outside influence,
they're all going to be contributing to the AU.
Yes.
But the problem is we're not building the nations. You see? We need to build strong nations to make them united. And the best pursuit, the best way to do it is going by regional. By region.
Okay.
It's like, look at it in the, since it's still a diaspora talk, look at the tri-state relationship. All three states have their own independent whatever, but they have a common rule where they establish this tri-state agreements. Okay, out of those agreements, the citizen that displace themselves from one state to the other state and start working on different states, all that relationship is identified. At the end of the day, somebody's paying tax to somebody. You know what I mean? But now we're talking nations, okay? And so the nations is still going to look at them just part of it, like a state. But at the same time, when they start forming unity and form they'll be influencing one another, okay? If, let's say, Ethiopia is working on something, Eritrea is going to look at it, Somalia is going to look at it, Djibouti is going to look at it. Hey, this thing works, and it's working as well. So now we got the first point of contact of communication on something that works. That collaboration of things that's working, and keep in mind, your nation should be running by own natives. You understand?
Yes.
If you start bringing the outside without your unity already, that outsider is going to be the one that's going to break your heart, because he's there to make business. He's there to make money. Because Africa has always been targeted for money. How much I can exploit her, because the leadership doesn't even know how much gold he has, how much gold it comes out, because the only thing he's going to read is the report that's being given to him. Whether that report is fake or not, what's the transparency, and what is the person that's giving you that information is not corrupt.
Definitely.
So there's a clear understanding, if you want AU to stand on its feet, each nation should be accountable for their citizens when it comes to food security, national security, any interference that's being like a pest, always, yeah, me, you got to do this for me. You know what I mean? You got to get rid of that. It's what the people wants that need to be implemented. That right there, you form a strong nations, and then you forming the nations around the nations that become one. Those influences, eventually, you build one quilt on the side, let's say on the Horn of Africa. You build another quilt on the northern Africa, all the way through Morocco. Because themselves, they have differences too. They have their own issue. And then you got the Sahara, and inclusive of the West. And he built it that way. And these regions are going to share the data with other regions to keep themselves strong and be secretive. Being secretive is by sharing intelligence, by sharing arms, by sharing wealth, by sharing the trades. That's when we become strong. But we don't even have that agenda where the representation by AU and what they lack, listening to Dr. Monique, really there's a gap. There's a heavy gap. I don't know how the administration lasted so long. The only thing is there's freebie money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And of course, the employees are getting fed. Whether he perform or not, it doesn't matter. So it's ongoing. And that's where the corruption is. So African Union needs the tools, okay, for transparency. And each nations should have access and transparency for all African countries. Do you understand? Because leadership comes by looking at everything.
Mm-hmm.
If we're talking about the unity of Africa, every leadership should have a data of each countries, because they're all Africans. If you put that understanding, having the data, let's say it can be agriculture, you can have a shared knowledge and share information that, let's say, Ghana will share something that she's proud of and how she's doing it. Nigeria will be the same. South Africa will be the same. That common benefit, it has to be identified. All these programs that they're going to put on this is like a reaction. It's not pro action. You know, it's not progressive. They act upon issues, on problems. And the more you're going to be acting on these kind of problems, the cost is high. But if you did your analysis and start laying out the ground of your direction you're going, and what if this comes, what if this comes, and already laid the ground and see what is your shortcoming. What am I going to be short on? You understand? When we start analyzing in the long run and being transparent and sharing those information, because we're not sharing information because we don't have the capacity or the knowledge on how to tie in those things according to EU, but we do have the knowledge. It's just putting the right people in the right place. And that's why I call in on this call to call all Africans, talented Africans that are out there, even the non-talented, just read it and say, hey, listen, you know, this is not right.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you know how to read it and understand it, it doesn't need to have a rocket science to really figure it out. So that means everybody's on board.
Yes.
We're the one that's going to either build it or destroy it, or allow to get it destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, at this moment, you know, if you're telling me that I'm going to have an African Union representative that's going to be sitting in the UN Security Council, no, it's not going to work. I'll refuse, because that agreement has to be signed by every African nations. To have that one person representing us is going to make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
We're not ready. We've got a lot of holes. We look like a Swiss cheese. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you 100%, Biggie. Today, the U.S. Special Envoy for the Horn of Africa, Mike Hammer, met with the president of the AU, and they will discuss strategies to end conflict in Ethiopia. That sounds well, I can't say I'm impressed, or I think, or I believe that it's a genuine effort. And so I think we have to keep our eyes and our prayers on this meeting.
Yeah, you know, since he brought up that subject, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every time when the beating increase,
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to the war in Ethiopia, and it comes with the TPLF, and when they get down to, because they declared to have a peace talk about 5 months ago. Everything was like, okay, we're going to do this. And in fact, there's narrative that they said, oh, the peace talk is going on in Djibouti, is going on in Kenya. I mean, they put all these things out there like it's happening. And yet, they declared war again after all this peace talk, ready to talk. It's an opportunity to discuss your differences, right?
Yes.
And it should never, never leave Ethiopia, because this is an internal affair. It's an internal issue, and now that internal issue became what do you call that? They call it genocide, right? When it comes to the word genocide, any iRobot AI will pick it up. You understand?
Yes. Yeah.
And then it becomes the issue in the world platform. And guess what? They look at it, oh, target. Oh, that was our target anyway. Okay? So now it gets so out of hand. Now the fight gets intensified, and it becomes really human carnage. You understand? There was a Russian spokesperson when she told the Ukrainian,
Mm-hmm.
Ukraine, don't be fooled. The West don't care about you. They're going to supply you guns. You're going to kill each other.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing in Ethiopia right now.
Yes.
They want to supply the other side. How can you create an environment for peace while you're supplying arms? And then you're supplying your narrative and your media to support you on the wrongdoing. I don't understand it, you know. It's quite clear for in Ethiopia on the ground. It has a federal government, and one of the states say no to the federal government. Why you say no? Because it's supposed to be terminated this way, that way, all kind of story. It's fine. I'm not going to go in the details of that. Okay. Why do you have to go and attack a military base that helped you not only in protecting you, but also when it comes to harvest, when it comes to this and that, they've been there for you, you know? So it's very important that we understand when it started and how it started and where we are right now.
Yes. Biggie?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. I thought I got disconnected.
No, I'm still here.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where we are.
Yeah.
Now you get all these ambassador diplomats and everything else coming in, trying to negotiate peace.
Mm-hmm.
They've been talking about this negotiation way during the Obasanjo time. Obasanjo tried to have this peace talk.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost a year, you know. From that on, still there's a human carnage. Our brothers, our sisters. It doesn't matter what side, because when you ask a Tigray, he's Ethiopian.
Yes.
When you ask for the rest of the military services, they are Ethiopians. Under the same sun and under the same sky. So if we have differences, it should have been dealt within the differences. But the regime that has that is very few people that enticed a whole state to come to war against their own brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
This military base was helping them in harvest. They were helping them in doing things, bridges, roads, everything. And the most atrocity that ever happened is when you have them running on this bridge, they run them with trucks. They crush them with trucks. What is this? It's evil. It's pure evil.
I agree.
You know? The West should condemn that. If you're really talking about human rights and humanity,
Yes.
now you're supporting a group that was already labeled a terrorist group by the CIA before the reign of the TPLF. They already knew they're terrorists. They got power after the independence of Eritrea, and they became in power. Now everybody want to kiss ass with them, and now they out of the power. Now they have this regional issue, like there's no security in the region. Now we change government, just like any country does change the government. We got a prime minister that's been elected, and he's governing it, and he should leave it at that.
Yes.
So just like they played it with Russia, is to get them broke. The fight was done on purpose to get Russia. This is not the first time, by the way. In the 60s, it's been done during the Cold War.
Yes.
By launching, NASA launching the Apollo and all that. And then Russia's like, well, I'm going to really go out there. But they know what's going on out there. And Russia literally got broke because they spent so much money on their space program. But this time around, no, it's the opposite. And the same thing when it comes to Ethiopia. So many rounds. So many rounds. Sorry about that. And so now we got a peacemakers that comes every time when it comes down the line, you know, trying to make the opposition, not opposition, but they have no title for the atrocity they committed, the crime they committed for humanity. To protect that and always have something that always lingering and can unleash them on any time on their command. That's not peace. You know, that's not peace.
Yes.
If you really want to make peace, that would have been dealt with before the war and before when you first had these differences. You can actually say, hey, you know, this thing is going to lead to something else. And they know it. Everybody knows that, where it's going to lead. Because the TPLF cannot hack that. The leadership, they feel like the leadership got stolen from them. Put it that way. And to begin with, it's not the people that put you out there. You came by force with Eritrea and he took throne and he just took over. And every election, all corrupted election. What was that? The election always ended up some 96% of the vote. You know, one of them, they just got almost, they were embarrassed. Actually, a few other leadership were saying almost 99%. I'm like, wow. I don't know what happened to these people. So if I have a determined, non-negotiable goal to achieve for the goods and the will of my people, I stand. But I'm not going to be crying because I lost the power. That's evil.
Yeah.
And I'm going to include all these people. Oh, we're going to go at war. Unfortunately, that's what's happening. Unfortunately, hopefully we'll learn a lesson out of that. And so every time they come to beat them down, and they are really on a level very, very seriously encircled and all that, now they want to negotiate peace. The peace negotiation should have started 5 months ago. And out of the blue, you decide to have a war again. There's no peace negotiation on this. Never been intended to have a peace negotiation.
Right.
So what I say is once for all, this war has to end. We're not talking about peace negotiation. It has to end. That's the bottom line. Every diplomat can come in and out. It doesn't make any difference. In fact, this is what I call it, getting the information from the ground. So hopefully they will understand. They robbed everything that when the World Food Program came, they robbed the whole convoy out of their people. They robbed it. They took the whole, and the UN, oh, we condemn that. And they said, well, we're not going to be sending any more food program to that region. Yeah, I mean, how can, so that means they robbed their own people. They robbed Tigray.
Yeah.
To fulfill this new war. They were short in food, they were short in fuel. Now the World Program gave them all that. It's lip service for me. And actually they just handed over. There are over 400 something trucks they were missing during the war. Just in the name of programs. Now the UN is saying, oh, no more war program. Well, you don't have anywhere to give it to them anyway. Everything's been stolen, robbed. What are you going to use? What are you going to have, like a mechanized delivery system? You don't. So the first thing is, oh, we condemn that. And then you condemn it, but yet people are starving and starving and hurting. They said, oh, we're not going to send you anymore. Why don't you tell the people that you got robbed by thieves that came from your bosom? These are the people that robbed you. Be transparent. Tell the truth. The intention was for a second war. That's the truth. And now that they're losing, we got to stop this war. So I don't see what happened to humanity. What happened? And everybody's watching. This is this time that all Africans stands up, see the truth, and fight for the truth. You know? I got a comment from Neil Max. He called the Gaddafi effect. Shoot one man and the rest will fear the noise of the gun and not the bullet. You don't waste bullet. No more.
I think we
Which
should.
one? You know?
Yeah.
There's another one. He said they're looking for a way to capture Ethiopia. They want to manufacture consent to start a war in secret and go be savior, and they will say yes.
I agree with them.
Yep.
Impacts.
The thing is, we clearly see, the inadequate information, disinformation, narrative that flies like I don't know where they get created, but it seems like there's a machine somewhere that's really passing it through. And on the medias, whether it's west, east, it doesn't matter. The way they take that information and just without thinking, oh, this is what's going on. Oh, I'm going to have it on my channel. Nobody's checking the facts. There was a well-known journalist that was covering, on the Afghanistan war, Iraq war, and he was all over the place, but he was never escorted. He asked to go there, he will go there. But now it's like a museum tour. You know what I mean? Like you're touring a museum. Oh, you know what? You got to see this. This is where things are happening. Oh, you got to see this. So I called it a tour guided war zone.
Yes.
And they only show those parts, but not all on the open. The minute you start commenting on the outside what you've been told to be covered, they shut you down. So it feels like somebody's making the movie. The producer is making money, but the actors are not.
Yeah.
Because it's just the truth. They keep hiding it, but the truth is more powerful than the lie. When it comes out, it's a major disaster because of the lie that's been put in.
I think what we need to do, the elder members of families should maybe, instead of handing down stories about conflicts that took place and polluting the minds of the younger ones, we have to make a decision that we will forgive the wrongs and make peace in Ethiopia. That is the only strategy we have left. Everything else has been self-destructive. And it really achieves nothing when we hand down stories about conflicts. We just ensure that there is more blood spilled on our land.
Yep. My question is for you, Marie Antoinette.
Yes, Vicky.
What happened if Ethiopia gained peace?
It should be peace from a position of strength and not peace parts. But what I'm trying to say is, even if we stop fighting, we still need to develop the capacity to defend ourselves against any attempts to invade Ethiopia. So it can't be peace from a position of weakness. We should invest in our army. No one who has their eyes on our resources should succeed in any effort to gain a foothold in Ethiopia.
Okay, that's a good one. But my saying is, if this war is over, right, Ethiopia now can focus on different, there's still other domestic issues, but again, let's think about all that is gone, done, right? This is the way they think, all right? This is gone. Now Ethiopia is going through full force in developing all her sectors, technology, agriculture, and everything else. But who's there? Who's her neighbor? You see? Who's her neighbor? Who's going to be really saying, okay, she's on the path. And still supportive is whom? Eritrea.
Yes. And to some extent, Kenya.
You see, the port is going to be open.
Yes.
The relationship between the two countries is always great right now, still now. And in fact, is going to be even bigger in that region when it comes for trades, economic growth. Everything is going to be hand to hand. You remember I told you the regional formation of our alliance? Somalia, during the Formaggio time, sent 4,000 soldiers in Eritrea to train. Now the new is asking to get his 4,000 back. So the next one that's next door is Somalia. So they're gonna go back to the original Formaggio, Isaias Abi. The formation of an army by the trio. That is the problem. Regionally, eventually, is going to influence Djibouti. Djibouti got the armies of the world. So if this tri-states form alliance, what's the business that they have in Djibouti? All forces are in Djibouti.
It's the ports that they have an interest in, isn't it? The port?
No, the strategic location.
The location and, okay.
It's the Red Sea.
Yes.
You got the Indian Ocean entrance. Okay? So if these three build the common army, and they become like, you know, the NATO of the East, which is the SATO of the East.
Yes.
That's the formation. So these three will have influence to the rest of Africa. They will have an influence to start building, and eventually Sudan is gonna plug in. Kenya will plug in because of the relationship. You see.
Yeah.
Both North and South Sudan, they have a relationship either with Eritrea or Ethiopia. So that regionally, you have no room
to have any foreign occupancy as peacemaking military base.
Yeah.
And that will spark and demand AU to do their jobs.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised, you know, the intention of maintaining this conflict is to extend it in such a way to live on what they have in Europe.
Yeah.
It's just changing a little, the peon, you know, just changing the peon here and there.
I don't feel secure with the fact that Djibouti chose to maintain its relations with France. I'm not saying it should have made a complete enemy of France, but Djibouti should be able to keep all these people at bay, all these imperialist countries that have decided to set up military stations in their country.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at Djibouti, you know, how big is this thing? You know, hold on, I'm just gonna even bring it.
I think it's the negotiation skills that need to improve as well.
Well, some of the negotiations skills they hijacked.
Yes.
You know, you gotta follow the master. You know, who's the master in there? The issue with the Ethiopian and the difference between Ethiopia and Djibouti is Ethiopia doesn't have no master. She's a master of her own.
Yes.
Djibouti has all these masters that landed, and she has to cater to all of them. And as long as they pay their dues, she has no problem. They're paying their dues. And let me show you. Actually, I'm going to share the screen.
Okay.
What? Just for all the followers, and they know the location of Djibouti, and let me see. She's right here. Here's Djibouti. You see it?
Yes.
So just look at the location from the Gulf of Aden, Yemen, right? Look at how tight this entrance is.
Yeah.
You see, even by distance, you see how tight that is? They don't want nobody to do anything in here, right here by the, from the, you see the island, Mahum?
Yes.
And the way you're going to navigate this is like you're going to stay away from Mahum and stay center. These are big cargoes, okay? And look at where Assab is. So if they have control over Assab, right?
Yes.
They have control of this gorge, the Mahum area. You see the distance? You see the distance between Assab?
Yes.
And it comes all the way down, okay, at the border of Djibouti. And when you look at the whole map, you see Eritrea comes right into Djibouti border.
Yeah.
And how far is Assab? This is because there's space, there's depth for military warships, but they don't have enough depth in this area because they got to keep going. They're probably just going to have to dock them somewhere in the middle of the ocean.
Right.
But Asab, you see, they have a land, and all this area, okay, you can put all your ammunition, whatever that you want, your airports and everything else.
Yes.
And this is the most disputed area in the whole Horn of Africa. This is the throat of Europe. And you see that? And you have the Suez Canal right here.
Yeah.
Just the fact they had a ship somewhere down here, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Where is the tightest point? There's another tight point. They cannot even pass. Can you imagine? Other ships cannot pass. This big ship went sideways, and it blocked the depth of the Red Sea, where no ship can bypass him. They lost $10.5 billion a day. So if you don't have that access, what's going to happen to you? In order to deliver, you got to come through here and go back around, come through here. And one of the regions that they want to protect the most is this one. You see how tight that is? Even from the map?
Yes, it is.
And from that aspect of it, any tightness than that, the depth of the sea is very important. That's Morocco right there.
Yes.
If they really thought of it in the right way, in the right direction, which I'm not going to tell you what's the best route to do things on this media, but you understand.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure my audience understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So this is what Africa looks like. It's still smaller. You understand? It's still smaller than anybody else. You know, it's almost the size of South Africa.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but it's okay. You know, people on land knows better.
Yeah.
People that lives there knows better. But the world looking at it, you know, the old days when they have a present for your study, they give you this globe, and they say, "Oh, Africa is small," you know. Other than that sensation, actually, Africa is huge. And that will include this part, United States. Okay, the whole United States will fit just right here.
Yes.
Nicely. Okay, we shared that video before. I mean the map before, and the way they described it, you know. So there's so many things that we have a lot of work, Monique, to tell you honestly, we have a lot of work, but I'm not gonna leave it saying we got a lot of work, because we got to work it. We have to work it. And it's up to us. We Africans, it's up to us to work it. Don't be tired. Don't let other narrative put you down.
Yeah.
Stay strong. Put your mind of unity of Africa. You know?
We have to mentally build ourselves up. I mean, there's no doubt that someone with high self-esteem makes better decisions than someone with low self-esteem. You're less likely to make decisions that are not to your benefit.
Exactly. And this is what I call for self-confident
Africans to come forward and do what is best for Africa. And it's not, you know, it doesn't require rocket scientists to really put our issue aside, but it takes effort, work. We have to do the groundwork, you know, we have to work.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get paid for the show. You don't get paid for the show.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
We're working.
Yes.
This is work.
Mm-hmm.
Because we want something different for Africa, for our people. When Africa get recognized in a fair trade and respected, all blacks in the world will be respected. We will have the decision making. We have everything.
Yeah.
It's just how to use that to our advantage. Our advantage.
Yeah.
It's been long, hard, dreading years from invading Africa, robbing her name, changing her name, taking her children, abusing her children, taking her resource. Enough is enough.
Yes.
When we're going to be holding hands and make sure that we take care of one another. Do the work. Work does not pay every time you do something, but it rewards you what you accomplished.
I agree.
It's your accomplishment. What have you done for Africa? For me, as long as I know, with my Swahili Nation, One Africa, I'm going to bring you some information, but it's not enough. Because I feel it's never enough. We should all feel the same way if we really want to have this beautiful continent. I'm going to invite you to have a little bit of what the question was, and she hits that point, you know, and she nails it. And let me share that, because I find her very interesting.
Yes.
The deputy chairman, I find her very, and the awesome thing, she's a woman.
Yes.
You know, and that really, you know, the breakthrough, the women not being in certain position, but she's got the highest position in Africa. You see?
Yeah.
And what she talks about, quite frankly, you know, she exposed African Union. Literally exposed African Union, because I'm not dumb when she's telling us, you know, this need to be changed, the transparency, all that.
Yes.
20 years that the African Union is there. And nothing like it openly been discussed.
Yeah.
You know, I think we should support her. For me, you know, somebody that really said, I want to do this and that, really looking, I mean, there's a lot of things that she needs to change around.
Yeah.
You know, and very limited time. Very limited. She's the deputy. I think she's got enough time, but not enough time for what we need to accomplish.
Yeah.
And so I admired her, you know, and I always told you, you know, I never like to
reinvent the wheel. So she came in and she just spit it out. And for us, we're lucky that we have such a graceful African women engaged in this highest position. It's amazing for me. That's one thing that I would say about her. And women out there, just see how she does, and really there's a lot of opportunity, and she will mention that in the video. So let me play that a little bit, and
okay,
see, and I'll stop it in between. That's why I told you I can make this thing is amazingly put in the question I write. There you go.
Just sitting there getting paid. No, we must be actually connecting our being in the positions we are in to what the aspirations of the Africans are. And if we don't check from time to time how we are doing on that, I think that will be a big gap. I'm not just a woman, but I also happen to be a woman who seeks to empower other women. And I believe in the power of women for just simple mathematics. We are more than majority of the citizens of Africa. And women in Africa, you find them really delivering in all the sectors, including mainly the agriculture sector. This sector feeds us. This sector ensures that the nutrition needs of the families are catered for. And you find them in all other sectors like trade, mainly informal trade, unfortunately, up to now. They are in education. Look at these teachers from kindergarten to all the levels. You find they are everywhere. They are our nurses. They're actually the one facing the COVID-19 challenges are hands-on, as we speak. And these resources are very critical. And women are in leadership now. Although we still have a gap at the African level to meet our commitment of parity, I'm glad that at the Commission, at least, we have that in the senior management of the Commission, but we are still facing challenges. So taking from that realization of this powerhouse of Africa, then the commitments that the heads of state and government have taken actually to make this organization gender responsive, I'm committed actually to pursuing that guidance, because I'm convinced beyond any doubt that is the right thing to do, the smart thing to do, but also I realize that it's not the obvious thing to do. And we need to go beyond the numbers in terms of knowing that, yes, we have this percentage of women and that percentage of men in the organization, but we ensure that whatever we deliver, we mainstream gender. So mainstreaming gender goes beyond actually rebalancing our workforce in terms of women and men. It also goes beyond to actually thinking, as we procure as an organization, how much are we procuring from women? As currently, I don't know. And we needed to know these numbers. Like when we are training or we are implementing different programs on the ground, how much of the budget of the member states or the partners actually accrue to women versus men? We needed to be counting that. So what we are doing with our system, AMERT, we are actually calibrating it so that we make it mandatory for the different units as they feed in the system. They also we have a key to track that, so that at the end, in monitoring, we can add up and see how much has gone to women. So that gender mainstreaming is the concept that I want to drive across the organization, at the commission, but also the union-wide budget, because it's just beyond the numbers. The numbers were good, and our MBRS, that merit-based recruitment system, and the SAP can just give us the data. And the recruitment quota policy has actually taken care of that in terms of ensuring that gender, and actually the youth is also catered for at the recruitment stage. So we'll be knowing the numbers in terms of staff. But beyond that, let's mainstream gender across all our activities.
Beautiful.
I told you, and she laid it out. She's still saying she's lacking data. You see? She does not have data. And I always would talk about on our show, we lack a database. We were talking about companies that did bad on one side of Africa, and then they change their name, or they become the same name but doing the same business on a different nation. We don't have those data.
Yes.
And she points out a lot the lack of data and their implementation, because as she said again, it's finance. When you talk about how many women are hired versus men, and you don't have that data, and it is going to take more money out of their budget to track it down. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's something that you fit in the system. I hired this and that. You already have the numbers. You know how many women you have in your organization versus men.
Yes.
But again, what shows you, she's like, she doesn't have it. You see, that's the understanding that she does not have that data. So that means somebody has to massage the data and put it in a nutshell, because she's high executive. She's not going to do all the work in order to bring it to that data level. But that shows you the lack of what's important when it comes to data. Everybody, what do you think we have 5G? We have 5G so we can harvest quicker, faster, and have more servers left and right. I mean, that's the whole idea. But again, it shows that in African Union, if I really want to know how many women and men are hired, maybe they didn't put it male, female. You're just going to go according to the names.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So they probably don't have that column that identifies a male or female. Age. You see?
Yes.
That's data that's required to see, even in the West, the diversity, how many black men versus white men, and then black women and white women, and all this data.
Yeah.
So 20 years in this whole programs, I really want to know how the head of state make a decision. Is it based on that one summit a year? Or is it something that you have, each nation should ask, how many Ethiopians did he hire? How many Nigerian did he hire? I mean, this is each country has to be represented. So that means we got this many from Nigeria. You don't know if it is male, female, age, nothing. You understand? The only time I know a human being does, when it comes to retirement, is going to say, shoot, I'm right at that age, he proclaims. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm ready for my retirement.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't be that way. I want to put some fire into the AU, you know, the ambience of the energy, what you're going to be achieving, what you represent when you work in the AU. You have the whole Africa on your shoulder.
Yeah.
Africa needs you to do your diligent decisions for your citizens. We are the citizens. That's my message to AU. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. You want volunteers? There will be volunteers too that can help in this collecting data and identifying who's what. It doesn't require money to have this data unless it's hidden on purpose that they cannot access it. Certain level of security because it details information of the person. We don't need that. We just need age, male, female. I don't even need to know your name. We can do that. But it's not there. The data is not there. So imagine on the top, head of states going head to head with the West and the East. Literally, they're walking with no data. Some country might have the data, but some might not. And AU should be fed with this data.
Yes.
And that's how you do your check and balances. That's what she said. They don't have that check and balances. And so that's how we can see the trouble inside the AU. And the AU is supposed to be representing us. So we should really look in our deficiency and implement to become efficient.
Yes.
And she's getting all these questions, and they are what you call predetermined questions. You know what I mean? But again, there's a lot of key giveaway for the audience.
Yes.
And basically, she's asking, be patient. You know what I mean? This is my take. Go ahead.
No, I said I think so too. I agree with you. That that's what she's saying, without actually, being insulting about it. But she has to feel at least a little frustrated.
Right. And you can see her. One thing I like about her when we are in this kind of setting, she knows what she's talking about. She didn't flinch for a minute.
Yes.
And in fact, when she comes to, for example, you see the body movement, the body language.
Yes.
And bringing out, this is one of the stories. So we're supposed to be really looking into these kind of details and how much she's going to be achieving and give a timeline. You understand? You said from this time, we heard it. Where is it now? And I'm pretty sure in her agendas and support systems, because she's high executive, she will have specific assignment to specific people.
Yes.
And so it's something to see, but I find it very, very interesting. And I don't know how many people watch this. You know, I mean, for me, I focused on the African Union, and I came in open-heartedly, and I wanted information. I didn't listen to what do you call, well, I can say I heard so many things that have been said about African Union, and the saddest part, it comes from Africans.
Yes.
You know why it's sad? If you know about it, why don't you do something about it? That's my question. Why don't you just post it? Say, hey, listen, you know, they're doing this and they do that. Instead of just bashing it altogether, there are a lot of talented, intelligent people still working at the AU. We don't know if they've been gagged. We don't know if they've been muffed not to say anything or not to react. But there are so many talents. All some of the writings, you know, it's just, you know, the way they express, and if you really read it, it's just amazing information that you can get. And finding this video, I found it the most easiest way to expose what African Union is working on. Not in a negative way, in a positive way, to how to rebuild and help our African Union. Because it's ours.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be ours. It's being snatched.
Yeah. I think this goes back to the issue of financial independence. Whenever we are financed by the external interests, we can never express ourselves as we should. There is always some level of censorship that takes place when the financing comes from abroad. And I think the younger generations that will eventually form the AU would not tolerate this type of censorship. Well, there's a level of frustration with not seeing the results that one would like to see on the continent.
Correct. The other thing, Marie Antoinette, what really bugs me, okay, and really trying to figure out something, you know, from your medical expertise, okay. You know, every time that I really try to formulate a certain agenda when it comes to African issues, I wonder how people feel when they are really into that zone. You understand? My heart beats faster, my breathing cuts off, and then I find the time to breathe again.
Yes.
Because when I think about it, it's like I can see it flashing in front of me. You know what I mean? Whoa, you know, and then I forget to breathe. You understand? It's like, no, you got to settle down. You know, you cannot do that. You know what I mean? Because I got all this information that's flown through me, through my experience, through life, and at the same time, it's like the right agenda, the right time, the right place, the correctness. It always flagging me when I stop breathing that way.
Yes.
Can you explain that in the medical term?
Well, it's your when you're tense, the sympathetic nervous system, which is the system that has you very vigilant and hyped up and alert for oncoming danger, is what produces these symptoms. So it's a sign of tension, of conflict between what you desire and what you are observing. That is what produces these symptoms that you have noted.
Right. And I always flag it when it comes to discussion. I said, this is important. Because it took me out of breath. You know what I mean? Just thinking about it.
Yeah.
And that's how I pick those important moments to saying, hey, I got to work on this. And then I start breathing normal.
To think of what the breathing pattern may have been when Jesus entered the temple and saw people making a commercial enterprise out of the temple.
The temple.
There are certain circumstances under which this type of tension is justified. So,
yes. And why I brought this up is because when I brought this subject about AU, I just prayed, so I can tell the truth, show the truth, and really show the truth as it is. And I asked Xavier, I said, bless me with that information. And when I started digging, I was digging through different information through through Googles and stuff like that, and just some of them I don't trust. Everybody writes whatever, and I know the names, and I just keep skipping. You know what I said? I'm going around and round in order to get some other information, and then when I really start breathing normally, because it's a big agenda. This is just we just nicked it. We just touched it. It's deeper than that. If we don't discuss these and have our own regular discussion when it comes to AU, and be side by side and notice the issues and finding solutions for them, then the AU is useless. You understand? It's going to be always going to be sideways. Only whatever that emergency comes, the urgency comes. They didn't even come to the aid of Gaddafi. The only thing they told them, come to my country. You can exile to my country. No, that's not the point. They should have just declared war, saying, hey, you're coming so hard, we're coming.
Yeah.
None. We got African soldiers, African Union soldiers, ready to deploy anytime. But never been used. But you know why? There's other influences, other thing that's going to keep you quiet. They got quiet for a long time. I don't want that to happen. So we're going to take our AU the way it's supposed to be performing. So that's when my breathing came in. I said, you know what? There's an entity that's already formed. And it's supposed to be taken over on what OAU started. And I feel like the AU is still not functional. It's supposed to be still under OAU. And what made it change? I'm going to do some more in-depth analysis. And I'll bring it back next week. Whatever that I find, I'll share it with everybody next week. But there is a clause that between 1999, when the OAU stopped the function, and I'm pretty sure they were working into the transition of the AU, it took 2 years. And actually, it took 3 years. 2021, 2001, they came about to say, okay, we got some formula to it.
Yes.
In between that time, this is the time that I want to find out. Between 1999 to 2002, what happened? You see? What happened during that formation of the AU? Where did we slip? And where do we allow outside forces to be part of the foundation of the AU?
Well, from what I've read, it's all based on the funding, accepting funds from countries that wish to see perpetual conflict on the continent is what is preventing the AU from achieving its purpose for our continent. Because when they grant funds, it comes with measures that must be implemented. You don't have the autonomy over the way those funds are spent. And there's the pretense of wanting to end conflict and granting funds for peace endeavors, but I think everyone knows, it's no secret, that they are hoping for perpetual conflict, the people who have granted the funds, so that they can have access to our resources. So that's the way the AU is being used. You see?
I see. But
yeah,
I'm
gonna post it. Yeah.
My question is, on the OAU, you're really hardcore Africans.
In 1963, let me see, just a minute. Right,
yeah,
so you
63 to 1999.
Right, and then the African Union was established on 26th May 2001 in Addis Ababa, and launched on 9th July 2002 in South Africa, with the aim of replacing the Organization of African Unity, the OAU.
OAU, right.
And they said the vision of the African Union is that of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. Well, it's because of the funding from abroad that it's not being driven by its own citizens. We're actually
That's the key.
Yeah.
That's the key.
Yeah.
That is the key. It was not. Like, take the Ethiopian dam. It's by its citizen.
Funded by its own citizens.
Right.
Exactly. That's why the dam project was successful, because
Absolutely.
It was by its own citizens.
Correct. So why is not doing the right thing for the AU by its own citizen?
It goes back to the saying, no shekels without shackles. As long as you're accepting shekels or financial assistance from other places, it comes with a lack of autonomy. And your freedom is curtailed. You just are unable to implement measures that build the continent. Right now, there's an article in Al Mayadeen which is stating that France is actually funding terrorism in Mali, even though Mali got
Agenda 2063.
Yeah. Yeah, France is they may have left physically, but they are still funding terrorism in Mali. The fund is the problem. The source of the funding is the problem.
And when they did that, right, is that a lip service that they provided that has been done and decided by the by its citizen? You know, it's like, yeah, the African Union is headed by the head of states of Africa, right? Yeah, yeah, they are citizens, but are they the only citizens? You see, and where they lost that touch of the OAU, because before the transition, sometimes down 1996, during I believe it was Bill Clinton time, a lot of things been changed around, basically telling the OAU, you're done with your work. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, Africa is independent. You know, there's no colonialism, all that. You know, now you're all independent countries. I think that's where they perpetrated the time and insert a different way of colonization. Do you agree?
I agree 100%.
Yep. That's when they found a little a little hole and converted on the new AU based on outside entities, so they can put their hand all over the place. Because that independence from colonials is supposed to be a complete independence with certain reparation also, and as well maintain the governments to be on their foot. But again, when you look at the on the French colonies, the central bank still tied into the France central bank, and nothing's been done for it until recently. It saddens me because we've always been working on the small stuff and keep you busy with the small stuff while the big things are happening. And it's like literally bombarding you now with all this technology that they have, with your TikTok, with your YouTube's, whatever, the Netflix. There are so many shows that are in the internet, and basically they made people to stop thinking. For me, it's just really mind-boggling that now people are so dependent on the internet, whether you got the real good information versus just you might as well include it with your time to sleep. You know, let's say you sleep 6 7 hours. Now if you were going to watch 3 4 hours of YouTube's or any entertainment, that brings you your time of sleep with no work added 4 hours to your regular sleep hours. But let's say if you sleep 6 hours on the average, you add another 4 3 4 hours. It's like you'd be sleeping for 10 hours a day. The other 8 or 10 you're working. This is what's going on. Basically, anytime you are on the entertainment, I'm not talking about once in a while. I'm talking about every day. My fear is that eventually, since we are so bent from the neck down, looking at your cell phone, the future generation will come with curved bone on the back. Do you see that, Antoinette?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Basically, because you're looking down, always you're looking at your phone, you're always texting, you're always doing things. And
Mm-hmm.
yes, it might be functional of a certain usage of your apps and everything else, but related to work. So that's even making it worse because now you're adding more bending to your physical structure and mental, your vision, your hearing. All these conditions are changing for
Yes.
those that really using the cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
I try to stay away as much as I can, unless it's something that I need to do. But at the same time, I'm guilty also
Mm-hmm.
on seeing things, and I can spend a good 2-3 hours. But on the back, my motive is I'm learning something, and I want to put it in a way that's productive information.
Yes.
That's what I'm focused now. But before, there's a new movie came in Netflix. Oh, you got to watch this. Oh, you got to this. Oh, we're gonna watch this. So basically, that's how they start infiltrating into the functionality of mankind.
Mm-hmm.
The more people are tamed down with entertainment, there's no uprising.
It's true.
You're
Be-
busy. You keep them busy. You know, when something very important comes, it's so funny when I saw Europe screaming. Now I said, it's about time you woke up because now there's no gas.
No,
But
but
they are the most users when it comes to the internet.
yes. Yeah.
Until now, when they saw the gas bill, when they see their utility, they say, wait a minute, I cannot afford this. And I'm like, where were you? When were you when all these things are happening?
Yeah. Yeah. Britain is planning to boycott the bills, so they're not going to pay. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it's not paying is something, but before you get to that level,
Yes.
you should see what's upcoming. And
I
it just so, you know,
I mean,
it's so sad, that I'm
mhm,
looking at uh, just, just being primitive, okay? And the thing that you need for survival and what you need to be kitted with. And at the same time, in the name of the survival, uh, you got to sacrifice your children.
yeah. I think they're in shock too. I mean,
You understand? It's
yeah,
like you're
yes,
really sacrificing your children
yes.
for your own survival.
I think
That's where we are.
they're in shock. The people in Europe are in shock, especially in Germany. They're accustomed to having leaders who will resolve difficulties long before they're allowed to become a crisis for the citizens. They really didn't expect their leaders to agree to a crisis.
They're not there. and in fact, from the beginning, they were not happy where they were. They were not. Because they just went with the flow. At one given time, they just went with the flow. And it's like, if you really enter a river and use that as a transport, you don't use it on the highest peak of that river flow.
Mm-hmm.
So they thought that river was calm. It's okay, you know, as long as we'll understand, everything should be calm. But the minute they put their boat on it and they just took off on places that they never expected to be stuck with, which is the fall. Because they're supposed to stop before the fall. They don't have a safety net that prevent them from going over the fall. And it's in black and white. It's been said for the last, what, 3 months, 4 months?
6, I think.
Yeah. And for me, personally, I knew this is going to come to a halt.
Yes.
So now you just woke up and trying to, oh, we're going to bend. We're going to bend that hump. I said, what kind of analysis is that? You know, we're going to go over, kind of cut through the hump. Make sure that all that goes up. The only way you can do that is when you're going to print all the euro, just like the US dollar, and start distributing that money. And it's bad for the inflation. You cannot do that.
They don't have the right to do that as states individually. I think they must get permission from the EU. Yeah.
I mean, you can't do that. They got the rule, and they broke so many rules, but that rule they can't.
No.
Otherwise, it becomes another Greek, another Brit. But the funny thing is, they coming back to in their senses is the NATO.
Yeah.
It's like it brought them more misery than actual benefit.
Yeah.
Let me ask a simple question, Marie-Antoinette. Who's the one, you know, in the unless they want to see the Second World War type of deals, but it was the country when everything is okay, everything is running, and will come to Europe and attack Europe.
The country that would come to Europe.
Yeah, come to attack Europe and attack United States. You know, who's the enemy? I mean, I want to know that enemy that has that ball to come and say, okay, I'm ready to attack Europe, you know, or ready to attack the US.
Yeah, the Russia, but the thing is, Russia is protecting itself.
Correct.
It was provoked a number of times with the constant expansion of NATO.
Yeah. Right.
Russia has shown tremendous patience because NATO reached its doorstep and then it decided something had to be done.
Correct. And the funny thing is that they connected to Europe through the streamlines. You know, you're doing business,
Yeah.
right? What would make the country that's doing business with you be the one that's going to attack your country? For what reason? How can you go and invade the consumer base if you're in business?
You mean in the case of Russia?
Correct.
No,
I
well,
mean,
it's able to replace these markets very easily. Yeah, the German markets and all the other members of the EU, it was able to replace those markets very easily.
But there was no intention from Russia to attack you. In fact, they are business partners. Actually, business was good. They have not only oil, and then when the story comes out, you know, it's not about gas. You know, there's food that is involved that comes from Russia, that comes from Ukraine. It's a disruption of day-to-day life. So now, yeah, they can say, okay, it's a crisis that you created, a crisis that you really want to go with it. Yeah, you know, you got NATO, but it's not going to bring gas.
Yeah.
What's the purpose? To begin with. And it's supposed to be dismantled to begin with. So all these countries, they just work just for the Article 5. You know Article 5, right? If one of us get touched, we all get involved.
Yes.
Well, as the EU, you already got that understanding. You're a European Union. You're a military. Now you're paying somebody else rent on your own mortgage. On top of your mortgage, you're paying rent for just this little extra room. Your bunker, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And I don't know when. I don't know when they're gonna wake up, which they did now. Actually, you know, right now they just demanding because definitely, if you have family, you know, if you're a single person, you're by yourself, you know, you can sustain certain punches.
Yes.
But if you have family, okay, and you're at the grandmother level, and they're gonna shut down all that, what's gonna happen to you?
Yeah.
Who's gonna be accountable for it after you die?
Yeah.
You know. So this is where the world is are right now. The way I look at it, everybody want to show muscle. Everybody want to be the king of the kings. It's not going to happen. And on top of that, you're trying to be the top of the top by crushing the one that really feeds you. There you have it, the chaos of the world. And nobody understands that because they just follow one media to another media, disinformation, misinformation, and never let your mind exercise its own right. It's so-called intuition. All that they want to know. But eventually, Xavier creatures will be created through him who will prevail. And our prayers every day.
I agree.
To have a better world.
Yep.
It's not just for Africa, but the whole globe, the whole world, the whole planet. You know, when, you know, there's a lot of suffering that nobody talks about. I mean, you just see a little bit here and there, you know, the flooding, the heat waves. I mean, some of the rivers look like just a little stream, you know. There's so many extreme things that's going on, and we're still beating on killing more people, you know. Every time you kill a soul is departed. We're all accountable for it. We're all in it together. One way or the other, we participated. We heard it, we see it, we didn't do nothing about it. So that makes you accountable.
There are a number of people who have predicted that, you know, there would be a manufacturing crisis, so that some certain individuals can present their vision of a solution. So I don't think the leaders of Europe are really surprised. I think perhaps they didn't expect it to take place so fast. But to some extent, they are participants in creating the crisis.
Well, they didn't see the mass, you see, and that's the problem. It's like I told you, they acted, all the leaders acted single. You know? They didn't see it. Like, yeah, I can make a decision, but guess what? Your cousin, your aunt, your grandma, someone down the line is affected by it.
Yes.
This is what I call selfish decisions.
Yes, definitely.
It never been well taught. Okay, what I'm going to hurt, what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
And of course, they have their own agenda, because I know for sure the other agenda is the fact that the dollar was going down, and it's still going to go out of business anyway. But it's a matter of time, and it's just buying time, because one, they locked us up with the COVID. Okay. After COVID recovery, declare war. It's back to back. Instead of being grateful and appreciative that we survived it, we went to another turmoil. So misery loved company. And the next thing, you're going to twist this and twist that. Everything they touched, it just went to mush, you know?
Yeah.
Because it was a selfish agenda. We're supposed to coexist. Regardless how you're going to do is coexistence. And you cannot eliminate one nation or the other nation. These are God-given creatures, and our brothers and our sisters, no matter what your color is. If you created in his image, and Xavier is here for it. And at the same time, most of them are Christian countries.
Yes.
Okay. And that makes it sad, because you're not doing what you're preaching.
No, they're not.
So it's like, yeah, you know, you got time for confession, but your confession got to be true.
Yes.
If you're going to do it again the next morning and back again, even making it worse, then you don't even go to confession.
Yeah.
You might as well stay the hell out.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of life that's passing, whether we like it or not. Unfortunately.
But
so today really is something that I hope is an eye opener, Marie Antoinette. something that we have to investigate.
Yes.
I'm going to play that video for the GoFundMe, because I find some powerful words in Mika's voice when he talk about it. Let me share, because I'm not done, but I think I'm gonna carry out this mission of the AU on the next week discussion also, and I know you're probably gonna put that Horn of Africa issue. So we'll see on how this thing goes, because I find that this is something that very, very useful to understand how AU is operating, and for us, it's our time to look at it and investigate it and put all the help that we can give them. After all, the Africans, they are our brothers and sisters. Everything is not corrupt, you know what I mean? There are people that are really working hard, and identify those people and make sure that, we are grateful for them. And it's very important that we support her, because she's bringing a lot of wealth of information. It's just going to have to listen to her. And the problem, it's actually a problem beyond even the EU involvement. Without the outside, everything she talks about is within the organization, let alone all the other corruption. She's talking about just the organization and what she intends to do with it. So it's very interesting. Those of you who's going to, in fact, I'm just going to put the link. Let me see if I got I'm going to put her link in the comment section, because you know what? It's a great discussion, and I want to share it, because I find her very, very positive. I find her very strong, and she's a woman, and on a high position in the AU. So women, I want you to really listen to her too. And I know the possibility of being on this kind of position and lead the world, it can happen to you. So be prepared. So I'm just going to share Mika on the GoFundMe, and let's take it there. Let me bring him in.
So the lie began from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell you about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google who discovered Africa, you find out that is one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered, we're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them.
You see, that's the key.
Yes.
That is the key. Together. Well, to really look at everything when it comes to African issues, from AU, the EU, the Chinese, the Russians, all the East. I don't live off US either. We have to look at it from all perspectives. Stop hating. The minute you hate, it's going to turn you off from information that you can gain. When you use the word confused, it's shutting down your PC, your own brain. You're going to put it to sleep. Always stay positive. Come together. This is work. And anybody that's going to listen to this Diaspora Talks, just in case you be landing it, just remember, if you're African, you're accountable for every action in Africa, no matter what part of the nation you are. You heard it, you didn't do nothing about it. It's on you too. And that includes me. And we got to do something together. This is the channel we walk the talk. All right, Marianne, I'm about to conclude this transmission. What's your last thought?
Well, I would like us to, at some point, brainstorm on how we can use our resources so that we can become financially independent and be a continent that doesn't have to request aid from any other continent in the future. So that's my final thought.
Again, Marianne, thank you so much for joining me on the Diaspora Talk. Always been my best co-host. I'm going to make DJ jealous. I know she's busy today. But the awesome thing is that the fact that we covered it and we bring that to the audience, how important that information is on what you shared already on the comment section and what they try to change. So we got to get involved. I mean, we're just gonna have to. We don't just sit down and watch them. We don't want to be just like Europe. They just figured out that they're gonna be running out of gas. So we just want to make sure that we intercept some of this information and really protest them. You know, who are you to make that kind of decision? You know, it's like ask them. You know, would you like that to happen in your country? You know, in your EU? Why are you doing it to Africa? You know, we want equal partnership and respect the continent, because this continent is hot. It's very hot. It has a lot of young men that are fed up. They want jobs. They want to eat. They want to take care of themselves and take care of their family. They're hungry. And this is the time we feed our own people. We don't have time for this promiscuity playing with Africa.
Yes.
So Africa, wake up. You're awake, I know that. But let's do something about it. In that, I conclude my diaspora talk for today. And I'll have a follow-up about the AU next week, because I find it very important that we need to be aware about our organization that's official for the whole Horn of Africa, where all the head of state meet and they are one into making decision. Then we, the citizens, should be involved. It's you're in or you're out. But guess what? You're always in because you're African. You cannot run away from that. You're always going to be African. So I really appreciate it, and I want to do always and this in prayer.
Yes.
I saw just in fact I saw one of my classmates. His name is Levan. He did a lot of work in Canada, in Toronto, and I saw a little piece about him that he worked for the Black community and helped the Black community, where the township decided to name a street after him. So again, Levan, yeah, if you hear my transmission, he was my classmate, and congratulations on your hard work.
Yes.
And I remember since we were 4, we went to the same school, and I'm very proud of you. I just want to let you know that. And it's a hard work during the COVID era. He was the one that really put all the efforts and serve the Black community. Again, congratulations to Levan. I just want to put that note. Other than that, I'm going to do my prayers.
Okay.
Dear Xavier, I really appreciate for giving me the tongue to speak the truth, expose the truth, and with no hate in my heart, with no confusion, that I passed through this with my dearest co-host, Marie Antoinette. You know her, you created her, and for giving us this opportunity to openly speak what needs to be done of our continent that you created again, and for the betterness for our citizens that live in Africa. May you heal them with all the blessing, give them all the strength, unite them so they can stand tall like anybody else, because He created us equally. And you're out of your breath. And in your breath, in your image, you've been created. We're very grateful for all these beautiful years that You've given us, the beautiful planet that You gave us, so we can maintain it like garden and take care of each other and love one another. Give us the strength, my Lord. I pray to You, Xavier. I pray to You in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. And I also want to mention Marie Antoinette, Kaku, Kuku, Deborah, Ezana, and as well Mika, for the struggle that he's putting this together. Give him the strength, give him all the blessing, so you can have a good guide to him. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much, Rudy.
You're very welcome.
Okay.
That's the least I can pray for, the blessing of all Africans out there.
Yes.
Every single of them needs that. Everybody needs that. So, in that aspect, Marie Antoinette, this is a wrap.
Yes.
This is a wrap. Thank you all for joining Diaspora Talk. This is Biggie, and the transmission is a wrap. Thank you.